Okay, folks, good morning. Bit of an early start here. Woke up in the middle of the night. Couldn't go back to sleep. I said, well, let's start our day. It was before 5 a.m. And about an hour earlier than I normally start, at the earliest. Well, let's get some stuff done. Maybe I'll fall asleep and go back to bed. But so where we left off is we were working on this 85 millimeter Soviet anti-aircraft gun from Zvezda, and I did do the figures this morning. So they're pretty much they're put together, and they're not very exciting anything about them. They're kind of lanky and tall and lanky, and but they'll probably do the part just fine. These three will be glued on pennies so we can move them around. This guy, unfortunately, will just have to get that peg in his ass. He'll just sit there and look pretty, but not a bad little model. Just a little brittle, a little finicky in some places. Probably not super durable, but nothing really intrinsically wrong with it. But we did need to put this away. I got to figure out what I'm going to put it away with, because they come in these boxes that are like useless. They're open sided, so they're not very useful box. So I'm going to go ahead, and we used all the parts, so there's pretty much only one way to build it. So we're going to set this thing off to the side, completely built, and move on to the next thing. I'm going to end up doing spray painting those all at once on the flat black primer. Okay, so the next one we thought we were going to start the other evening is a 37 millimeter gun, also from Zvezda. I already did an unboxing of this as well. We just need to put it together with the second part of this video when it's complete. I don't throw away my instructions. I don't know why, but I don't. They don't take up a lot of space. Oh, look, another card for a game I'll never play. Good morning, Mr. Barnes. Now we're on your time. Good morning, Britain. Yeah, it's still before tea time. Okay, there's two versions of this one as well. There's one of them mounted on a base, and then there's one mounted on a base and then without the base. So we're gonna, of course, do the one without the base. And we will start over here, and this shouldn't take long, but as soon as I say that, it does. We don't have any huge goals that we have to accomplish today by getting certain numbers of things finished, so we're okay. This 37 millimeter gun is really, really thin. It's probably to scale, or closer to scale than some of the other things. All right, we got to take that off. Yeah, these Tamiya clippers are perfect for this. It's difficult to take some of those things off without bending it at the last time, but these things are so sharp that it doesn't even start to flex before you've snapped it off. Okay, that's A1, and then A8 and A9. They're here. I'll be going out of town today, but the nice thing is I'm not leaving until a little later, so we should have a show this morning and tomorrow morning as well. I mean, if you're into that sort of thing. Okay, that's all the pieces for step one. take them down as much as I can with this. Okay, that's flash. But the other stuff is not. And that's flash too. Seemed like a long week this week. We're going to start doing that, misbehaving. Should make a modeler's table that's like this height, a cutout in the center. You pop your head through and you're all in the middle of it, and you wear like a like a big condom around your waist, so none of the pieces can fall off of you, unless they're 2.5 feet from you. You make it a round table. You just pop up. I still haven't found those. Still haven't found those idler wheels that I lost about a week ago. I actively looked under the couch and everything. I don't know where the hell they went to. I'm gonna stop looking for them, and I'm not worried about them. I'll just end up casting another pair or something. I gotta build 2 more tanks before that's an issue. Of the T26 variety. That's what I get for looking stuff up in a book in the middle of a feed. Okay, I better. I'm about to do something pretty critical. There's always fumbles. It's funny, I don't drop anything when I'm drinking. I'm vodka. I think this is going to be too small. We might give it a shot. To drill the outside of it, drill it in. Let's give it a shot. It's not like it's got to be very deep. Here it is. Think you're leaning towards battle group over O group. I don't fancy painting all that infantry. Yeah, O group's the really, really new one, isn't it? Yeah, depends what you want to do. Depends what kind of, not only the stuff that you want to build, but the decisions you want to make on the tabletop. Ah, shit. Well, I guess it's time to wake up. Yeah, shut up. Bastard. It depends on what kind of decisions you want to make. You know, I had a lot of fun playing command decision and stuff like that back in the day. I just don't want to make those decisions anymore. They're too zoomed out for me. You know, I can do them, and I don't really mind the scale of the game, but been there, done that. Same thing with rapid fire. It's the same scale of game, 1 to 5. I don't mind it. I just, not something I want to do anymore. It's a little too vague. Rick, what the hell are you doing open? Yeah. Well, I'd rather go off now than not work on Monday. But not to be graphic, what's happened probably in the last week is, there's nothing really graphic about it, is I've been waking up on my own, like somewhere around 3 something to go to the bathroom in the mornings just because I'm uncomfortable. And been able to go back to sleep. And this morning, since I don't have to work, for 45 minutes I sit there and surfed on my phone, and I'm like, okay, I can't fall asleep. Fuck it, let's get up and do stuff. You know? Nordic, what the hell are you doing up? Jesus. Man, look, it's not 10 o'clock at night, folks. Geez, it's like 2 in the morning where you're at, Rick. Or like 3 in the morning. You probably stayed up all night. I'm more likely to get up at that time and stay up. I actually went to bed, I think, before 10. I couldn't take it anymore. So I don't really mind getting up and staying up because I went to bed really a lot earlier than I should have. But that's the candy ass tune I wake up to every morning. They're all bad. You got to look at whatever's got the sound range of different things that's going to wake you up that you're not going to sleep through. I don't know why this one feels like it's just not going in. I'm probably not putting a lot of pressure on it. Probably a good idea. I'm gonna leave it at that. It just has a little bit of a divot there for the top. He was on shopping at hobby sites, trying to find weathering pigments and a drill set for pin vise, but apparently you're striking out. Oh, you can find a pin vise drill set. They're all over the place. The problem is you don't know what you're going to get. I got a set of, and I came across one of these recently. I mean, just a moment ago, and here it is. I'm actually going to throw it away this time. I'm not going to zoom in on this because it involves like the camera, but I have this whole set of these Chinese bits, and the front of them is completely flat. They're not tapered where they can grab something. It's literally flat completely. And yeah, bye-bye. But I bought two. The second one I bought was okay. And I thought I'd thrown all these away. And here's another one. It's completely flat. It can't ever dig into anything to grab it. So you just never know what you're going to get. Yet this little one is just fine. So it's a different manufacturer. But you know, sometimes you just make a $4 mistake, or I think I tried to use them or whatever. You can always return them if you need to. I think my Hobby Lobby does have weathering pigments from Tamiya there, but not something I find particularly useful for the scale that I'm doing and the style that I'm trying to do it in. Let's give this a little bit of support behind it. Just take some of this bigger stuff off before we take sandpaper to it. Gives them the same location, save on shipping. I guess you don't have Amazon. Haven't gone to eBay yet. I was hoping also to tack on some paints. One of the model kits I was looking at so far. What's that place everybody, Miniature Market? Everybody's always pushing Miniature Market. I'm like, I just don't want to pay for shipping. I know. If you buy things from Amazon, you're still paid for shipping. I know, but it's hidden in there. And some places just, you never know how fast you're going to get something. This is a really long caliber 37mm gun. And I don't remember from Command Decision how long what this weapon was. We never used this playing Command Decision, so I can't remember what 37L. Who knows what it is? Seems like at least like an 80. A lot of these weapons are viable anti-tank weapons if they make an AP round for them. It's a 37mm Soviet anti-tank gun. .61K. It's got to be close to like a 90 caliber or something like that weapon. This is just going to take a while, but it's no big deal. You rush this part, you're going to hate yourself. Maybe you already hate yourself. That's not that big an ask. It's got to be close to 100. This thing's really long. It's actually a very nice looking gun. It's attractive looking gun. You think guns are attractive? Absolutely. And some are ugly. I don't want to have relations with one, but you know. Some guns are definitely more attractive than others. There's no doubt about it. I never liked the look of a US 30 cal air cooled machine gun. It just looked. It's always looked like shit to me. Hey, I didn't get to design it. All right, let's do this. Let's bring this all the way to the edge, and we're going to push this out, and we're going to lay this just like this so it has some support. So thing that I really disliked about, one of the many things that I disliked about Flames of War. Oh, it's a long-barreled 50 millimeter. Which one? It's just long. No, unacceptable. You don't learn anything that way. Okay, I think we're pretty good right there. Less is sometimes more. God, all of a sudden I can't remember what the German one is. 118 caliber, something like that. Something ridiculous. The one that's in the turret of like the 222s, the 234s, all that stuff. That's a 65 caliber, 20L 65. But the in-aircraft one's like 113 or something like that. So twice as long. 37 millimeter AA gun. I know the 85 is a 85L53, I believe is what it is. But what's the 37 millimeter AA? If it's accurate model, I can just measure it. Doesn't quite work that way though. All right, so this little piece. Did they have a 76 millimeter aircraft gun? I bet they did. I bet they did. That seems like having a 76 millimeter gun for a lot of other things. It makes sense to 70, huh? Wow, it looks longer than a 70. Well, If they made an AP round for it, it'd probably be really nasty against tanks. You can't help but have a crazy muzzle velocity when you have something like that. Just something crazy. Okay. Okay, and this plug keeps the distance from each other, the same distance. Okay, cool. Okay, so here's a problem with these. Here's a problem with the Russian plastic. And I've noted, or with the Zvezda plastic. If the piece is really thin, it will just totally eat through it. It will just totally eat through this stuff. So like I put this thing on here and it just ate through the little grommet. Wow. No wonder you guys are getting your ass kicked by the Ukrainians. I'm not impressed with Zvezda. The detail on their stuff is pretty good. But the construction and it's subpar. Okay, and this one's back here. Yeah, 70 caliber 37 millimeter gun. That thing's moving fast. We're going to have to retrofit that in some way or another. And I may end up gluing the gun in place. I just don't know what angle I want to glue it at this point. So we're just going to come back to that. Business is good for the price tag. You get what you pay for with them. Crap. It's just the plastic is just very melty. Like I said, a lot of this stuff. Why did you get that? Well, because I was able to use my credit from whatchamacallit on them. That's the only reason. That's the reason I got a lot of this stuff. Noble Knight. Good Lord, this thing attached in enough places? Did I miss one? Yes. Wow. A10. But they do have nice detail. They're definitely not bland on the detail department. A17 should be this thing. And then a pair of A4s. And then 4 A7s. Yeah, we got to go out of town for the day. We got to go do some Apple related things, which is funny. When you don't have an Apple, you don't have to get Apple things repaired. I don't have one. I don't have anything Apple. I don't know how that shit works. Revell Contactica Professional Glue. Bless you. Never heard of her. Never heard of Revell Contactica. We don't need more glues. We got enough here. I got enough different things. Although I could switch to the other one. My Hippy Dippy California one. The one smells good. We'll do that. We'll switch to the Hippy Dippy one. The microscale micro weld. Which smells better after all. Take the big chunks off here. Contactica sounds like some kind of robot that you spar with. Yeah. Yeah, it can't hurt. I just don't know why those little parts were just like, holy smokes. Oh, these are, yeah, it's like thin. It's fine. It just was kind of unexpected. Like, wasn't expecting that to happen. See, I'm just kind of putzing around, trying not to get too involved in something that I'm going to have to put away. Probably should just get really involved in it in that way. Well, you know, we've got realtors coming and seeing the houses, so I don't really want to do like a deep clean every time I'm done working on something. So it's only day, see, I guess today would be day 3. So we'll see. It's not like we have to move or anything, so. Good thing about not selling the house is I don't have to move. The good thing about not moving is I don't have to put all this shit away. Okay, I think that's enough. We got to go in here and do a deep dive with the X-Acto knife for that one. Contacta. How do you read a lot and spell like crud? I thought you couldn't like, I thought you couldn't help but like spell really well when you read a lot. I type like crud. I'm a dyslexic typer. And it's really annoying because I don't make any spelling errors at all when I'm handwriting. I wonder if somebody's ever done a model kit manufacturer top 10 or bottom 10 or whatever list, you know, list of like the worst ones. I'd be more interested in the worst ones, like which model brands to avoid like the plague. I don't know if that's doable because within each model brand there's some that are better than others, some that just don't go together, so I don't know if that'd be really fair. And I'm not necessarily just talking about accuracy because every kid out there is inaccurate one way or another. You just have to just deal like what's important to you, you know? Like, okay, well, it is important for the vehicle to look somewhat accurate. So I'm not going to go and buy the Airfix STKFZ 230 4 or 3 because it's got all completely the wrong vendors and everything. But shy of that, keyboard is acting up since I blasted it with compressed air. You've had spelling problems since I learned to write public school, never corrected the problem. Well, I went to public school too, but I don't know that public school is that bad. I spent half and half, maybe half and half. The problem with public school is, by and large, is as a general rule, in a private school, because your parents are paying for your kids to go there, they're more on top of their kids and disciplining them. So you have less loose cannons. As a general rule, the classes are smaller. There's less, none of this, the kids misbehave in school and then at home, nothing happens to them. They're usually, parents are more on top of them. So it's really all about the parents. Kids are going to be kids. Just like some people say, you learn racism from your parents. Same thing. You learn how to be a loose cannon from your parents. So, public middle school sucked. I mean, I'd rather go to fucking prison than go to public middle school. Actually, I'd go to public middle school now. I'd run the whole fucking place. I have these dweebs doing shit for me. I hated public middle school in the early 1980s. God, it sucked. But I never went to public high school, but I think it would have been fine. By that time, kids have some responsibility. They got jobs. And are we losing wheels like there's no tomorrow? Like I said, you get that. It's a round table. It'll have a cutout in the middle. And you just pop out of it like a train layout, right? And you just wear like this body condom. Simmer down, don't get excited. That nothing can fall between you, your belly or whatever, and the table, and you're good to go. And there's too many parents that want the school to raise their own child. And that just doesn't work. I mean, I wasn't the perfect kid when I was in school. I mean, I get in trouble and stuff, just doing stupid shit. Nothing major, just being disruptive and stuff. And whatever they gave me at school, I got worse at home. I didn't get one of these parents. My baby didn't do nothing kind of parents. My parents would give it to me like tenfold, so. I don't care what kind of punishment they gave me at school. It was nothing compared to what I was getting at home. But that's not the case with just about everybody. Now, there are some scars from childhood. Let's say some scars from childhood, mental scars from childhood, and I haven't really realized them until in the last couple of years that I still carry over. And one of them is writing sentences. That was my favorite fucking punishment that they decided to give me. So I have really good spelling, but I detest. As soon as I get an inkling that I am doing something that is even remotely considered busy work, it doesn't matter if it's at work, at home, anything like that, I completely turn off and I'm not going to fucking do it. I literally will hold a people's revolt to stop busy work. Busy work is fucking stupid. Busy work is worse than communism. That's saying a lot. And that's just one of those things that just, if you're doing something just for the sake of doing it, absolutely not. Give me a different task. I don't have the mentality for that. And I didn't realize that until probably the last couple of years. I'm like, why do I hate busy work so much? And I'm like, that's why, because it reminds me of that shit. But I don't know, public school was a lot different when I was a kid. I don't know that the education was that bad, just a lot of busy work. And we had to do Pledge of Allegiance and all, none of that stuff that hurts you, that people are like opposed to now. We didn't hate our country. Take some of these bigger chunks off. Well, my least favorite thing to do in school was fucking writing reports, especially book reports, on a book that I had no intention of wanting to read anyways. I'm all for reading books. I am very pro book, but I want to read what I want to read about, not just some Lord of the Flies. You got to read Lord of the Flies. The hell I don't. Never read it. Not interested. Never read Great Gatsby or Grapes of Wrath or none of that shit. Tale of Two Cities. Subject matter sucks. Sorry. I'd rather read a book on Stalingrad or something, Are public schools fee-paying ones? No, public schools are ones that it is no additional charge for you to attend. Government schools, or whatever you guys call them. Instead of people getting elected to government positions based solely on merit, it is not based on who runs the better smear campaign and who has the deeper pockets. To find out what fiction books ever did to you and you. There's just so many cool things that really happened, man. And the more movies and stuff that they make about historical stuff that they twist and not show it as we know, it makes me want to read fiction less. What fiction books have I read? I don't know. I read Stuka Pilot by Hans Ulrich Rudel, and he's full of shit, so that's probably a fiction book. Stupid Nazi bastard. I've read Red Storm Rising. The Harold Coyle one, what's it called? Team Yankee? Those two. The short story books by whatchamacallit. I've read Poe, Edgar Allan Poe. That's fiction. What else have I read that's fiction? The Berkut. Berkut's a great book. Maybe a handful more. What do you got about what do you got against history? It's just make believe shit. You can make believe your own other stuff. I'm the exception. Most people like to read fiction, but you don't learn anything. Might as well play 40K. It's make believe crap. There's too many cool things that really happened to worry about stuff that is just make-believe. Why read a fiction book? You can just watch a movie. You know, that's what movies are. It's basically a fiction book. But the reality about reading is it puts me to sleep. So I don't read as much as I'd like to, because the next thing you know, I'm asleep. Which I guess is better than it stressing you out. Reading puts me to sleep and drinking makes me hug people. I guess there's somebody out there that gets stressed out when they sleep and they get into fights when they drink. It's funny because I just happened to look. I came across it or something like that. You know, I don't believe none of that horoscope crap. Well, the fact that I'm calling it crap means I probably don't believe in it. But I'm a Gemini, and supposedly that whole side of two coins or whatever. So I decided, like, what are the traits of a Gemini? I looked through them, like, I guess I'm not a Gemini. I'm none of those things. None of those. Like, I don't know how people can believe in that kind of crap. Just doesn't make any sense. Okay, everybody born within these 2 months has these generic. Come on, man. What are you smoking? What were they smoking in Greece? I know what they were smoking in Greece, and I can't say. It doesn't get you high. Ooh, these little things are small. And I don't know why. Ooh, this glue's behaving differently. Interesting. It got like sticky quicker. Interesting. It like behaved better different. All right, well, we will use this throughout. I don't. What I was saying is, I don't know why the hell these have these drums on the front, but not on the back. We got drum brakes, but only on the front. Don't want to spend the rest of my life reading 50 books on why Stalin was a dirtbag. I don't plan on reading a single book on Stalin. It just doesn't interest me. I mean, if I don't get to choose the subject matter, yeah, I don't want to read history. There's a lot of history I'm not interested in. I don't want to read Churchill's memoirs or Stalin this or Eisenhower that. That's way too zoomed out for me. That doesn't interest me. Don't want to read anything on the American Civil War. Can't be into everything. You don't need to read a book on why Stalin was a dirtbag. Everybody should already know that. If you don't know that Stalin's a dirtbag already, then you're the dirtbag. Okay, this glue activated quicker. How strange. Well, I never thought that they could act differently. Just figure it's the same kind of glue. As an example, you can't approach history from just one or two books for a particular topic. You need to consume dozens and dozens of viewpoints on it, so life's too short. Well, I mean, if you're going to teach it, I'm doing it for entertainment. I don't think that there's a subject matter I care that about to read 12 books on it. I was watching a video yesterday by Tick. I don't know how long ago it came out, but he did a review of all the Stalingrad books that he has. And he must have 50 or 60 Stalingrad books that he claims to have read. He must be a fast reader. I am not a fast reader, unfortunately. I read things that are really complicated, and it usually involves flipping into an atlas and stuff like that. And it takes me a while to get through things, not because I'm stupid, but because I like to look at things from a lot of different angles. And he went through all like the books that he had on Stalingrad, which ones to get, which ones not to get. And I almost finished the video. The video's like a 45-minute long video. I started at lunchtime. I got like for the first 30 minutes. And it was really interesting. I wish more people would do reviews like that, because you could at a glance see, I see what I did there at a glance, which books may be interesting to you based on, does it have maps? Are the maps any good? And also the narrative of what it's going into, because some things are just focus on supply and, even though they're important, they're not necessarily something that's going to give me ideas for scenarios, which is ultimately the reason I read books. I read books for the reason of like, how would that translate into on the tabletop kind of stuff? That's really my main motivation to read military books. Is all right, so I'm going to make a scenario and it's going to be represented. That's kind of the underlying theme of the reason I read military books. So that's why I'm not interested in reading a book about Stalin. It's not going to give me any scenario ideas. And I already know he's a dirtbag, along with other short mustache-wearing bastards. So, I don't need to read 50 books because I'm not going to teach it. And the people that teach it don't read 50 books either. They pick their favorite one, and whichever way it's spinning, whatever they want to reinforce, and go with it. Not everybody, but many. So I wouldn't want to teach history. I don't want to write that many papers. I hate writing papers. I'd rather give a lecture than write papers. Like, I took history, all my electives in college. Why? Because I wanted to learn shit. I wanted to get like a foothold on stuff, and and maybe I'll hear something interesting. I want to read more about it on my own. As my wife always says, that you read books to learn stuff. You watch movies and read books for learning stuff. I read it for entertainment. I said, that's right, I want to learn stuff. You'd rather consume history through other means, suppositories? And read and enjoy fiction, which helps me escape the world we live in. This is how I escape the world we live in, what I'm doing right now. You only read for reference material these days. Me too, Barnes. Using only a narrow selection of books on a historical topic neither makes you a master of that topic or gives you the full view of the topic. Okay. You don't learn anything about history in college or in school in general. No, that could be true. But you get an inkling of whether or not you want to read more about it. Okay, this is a candidate for a magnet. This round part attaches to the square part, which is much bigger. Unless it's a tight enough fit, in which case we'll leave it alone. But we want to keep this rotating because the gun doesn't rotate on here. This rotates on the gun. Oh, this is a good enough fit. We don't need a magnet for that. You know, because it might be sitting this way and you need to rotate it, you know, however many degrees just to take some infantry on fire or something like that. Take some infantry under fire. You know, your hobby is whatever you want it to be. That's like saying, well, you shouldn't paint because you're never going to be better than so-and-so and so-and-so. I'm like, well, I just fuck up and put this upside down. I did. How the hell did that happen? Oh, well. No big whoop. Not going to learn anything, not making mistakes. You'll never paint as good as so-and-so, so you might as well not even try. Just do what you want to do with it, and, you know, that's it. You want to read one book? Cool, read one book. Yeah, you could read 50 books, and all the books are, you know, inaccurate. Okay, where does this little bastard fit in? Like that and like that, okay. I must have been talking to myself, and that's what threw me off. I don't know that I'm going to glue this in just yet. I have to see what this thing looks like on it before I make a decision of whether or not I want it to be pointing a certain way. How do we fit in the base there? Fit okay? Yeah, almost glueless. Nice. Okay. I don't know. I'm gonna use this glue for a while. I was using it. I don't know why I switched back to the Tamiya glue because of the tip. The tip on this one got messed up somehow. I think I tried to extend it all and extend it out, and then it ended up not being the right decision and fraying it. But the stuff smells like orange peel, and the funny thing is, it's not a chemical orange peel. It smells very natural. I mean, it's not unpleasant, but it's strong enough to go like, you know, you probably shouldn't be smelling that. Okay, so this part goes in, that part fits down there pretty well. Okay, we got number 2. Number 2 is missing. What? Is there any piece that remotely looks like that? Nope. I don't remember cutting it off. Says the moil. Well, we're just going to move on. We'll come across it or we won't. Got a pair of pliers here of some sort. We're going to put this temporarily on here. Can she even get in here? There we go. And piece 2. No, piece 2 is not there. Oh well, I guess they'll never be able to fire the gun in anger. No, we won't be able to hit. Yeah, I did use a paintbrush with this glue a long time ago. I just like to be able to drop it back in there. So we'll just use an edge of it. I like to be able to do that and not have to worry about it falling all over me. But that's what we used to use. But it came originally in one of these containers. I think I finally threw it away. The container. No, I didn't. Here it is. It comes in this, which is extremely dangerous to fall over. You know, I mean, I don't want to waste it. Okay. That goes like that. Let's move on. We'll come back to the figures. A11. That's the big contraption. That would be this right here. Viejo must be having a shipping problem with getting their products over here or something. Really? Is that all people are pushing now, is tournament style games? The only reason I even got into a tournament style game is I didn't want to supply shit for everybody. And now I'm like, I'll supply everything, but I'm picking who's playing in my game. I'm not running it some damn show where barbarians are going to be mistreating my shit. Okay, A11 has that little piece like this, right? And she goes in like so. Let's test fit it before we put it in. Yeah, they do a nice thing, and that is instead of putting a peg, they put a half moon peg, so you can't put in wrong. So I'm a fan of that. Okay. Oh, this seems robust enough. I'm gonna leave it like that. You know, if I had to glue it at a position, I'd probably glue it like this. So it's up a little bit, but it's also not, you know, up in the air like it just doesn't care. Yeah, I went there. Okay, A5 is dangling off of this. It's this piece right here. I'm surprised I haven't cut myself. Yeah, I said it. I'm not putting that much pressure on it. There's a lot of times you can't cut away from yourself. It just can't be done. Okay, and this little guy, it's dangling. That supposedly fits inside there. I'm gonna leave it like that. That works for me. Okay. Chain of Command. Chain of Command's almost a game I could get behind and play. You know, I could probably play Chain of Command if I played it enough and then tinkered with it. What would I tinker with? The vehicle results not being so generic. Not using a D6. D6 is just weird. World War II and D6 just doesn't work for me. You know, even playing Command Decision at D10, just, or at least first and second edition. I don't know how the later editions are, but D10 is just, that's generic enough for me. Okay, does this have the 4 little posts? It does. Okay, so those are going to have to go on the base. Yep. Okay. You know, when you take casualties in Chain of Command, you know, it's just, is it a regular guy, is it a special guy, or is it a leader? I'm like, you shouldn't pick who it is. You know, you just randomly assign who it is. That's just a little bit too much choice that you get to pick a certain rifleman every time. You know, just stuff like that would be easy to iron out. I've watched a fair number of games being played on the YouTube channel. I've played it twice. There's things about it I really like, but it's almost one step too zoomed out for me. It's a company scale game, and if it needs to be or it's a platoon scale game, and I wish, you know, I like something a little bit more specific than that. But it's close, it's okay. However, when I find something that is blatantly wrong, or what I consider blatantly wrong, I think it's obvious, something obvious that anybody should know. Certainly somebody putting together a set of rules, because I'm not putting together a set of rules, but I know certain things aren't right. It casts into doubt whether or not, what else is wrong with this that's maybe not so obvious. And one of those things is, I had bought the supplement for Chain of Command, which is cool. You can buy things online. You can get them immediately, right? Get a PDF on Wintergewitter. So the relief of Stalingrad, the failed relief of Stalingrad in late 42. For some ideas for scenarios. And one of the things you can have in your forces is the Germans, and I'm sure there's probably other issues as well, but this is the one that stood out the most to me, is you could buy a flame-throwing Panzer III. There was no flame-throwing Panzer III available in November of 1942. There wasn't one. The only flamethrower tanks the Germans had were some Panzer II Flamingos, which there weren't very many of those. And I don't even know if they operated in the Stalingrad sector. They only made like 100 of them. And they converted some Panzer Is to being flamethrowers, which is actually a new vehicle that I didn't really learn much about until recently. I think they pretty much only used them as ad hoc type of make-believe unit in North Africa. And they converted some Char Bs to flamethrowing as well, but I don't think that they had frontline use. I think they were mostly against partisans in Yugoslavia and shit like that. But that's it. They didn't have the Panzer III M flamethrower didn't come out until about the time of Kursk, because when it really was pretty much used for the first time. So I really don't want to play a set of rules again, ever. Don't say ever. I'm going to say it this time. I don't ever want to play a set of rules that's a tournament, whatever, and it's got to be as the book is written, and that's what the book says. And if it's in the book, you can use it. If it's not in the book, you can't use it, because there's errors and everything. I spent 18 years playing something that had issues with, and we had to play it the way it was, and there's nothing you could do about it, even though we all disagreed with how it was. We had to play it the way it was, because if you didn't, then you develop a bad habit. I'm actually going to use well, I'm not going to use a brush if they're not handy. They're not handy. Okay. Because then you develop some bad habits that you can't use in another game. I'll just hold this down. It's just the power of suction, getting this to stick on there. So, you know, if I play Chain of Command, I see something wrong with it, I'm going to fucking change it. You know, I don't have an agenda. I want the game to be more realistic. Not like, oh, we got to make the Germans better. We got to make the Soviets better. No, you got to make them how they were. You know? And there's stuff that the Germans had that sucked, and there's stuff that the Soviet stuff had that sucked. We're not here to grind axes. Well, that's interesting. Well, where do the other two go? Well, the front one doesn't go very deep. Okay. Be it as it may. Yeah, it doesn't hit the bottom there. Maybe it wasn't molded right. Okay. No big deal. Not into commanding squads. Well, I'm not into commanding battalions and companies. I've done it before. I want the tactical hilarity of where grenades don't land when they're supposed to. You know, you zoom out too much, you can't see that. A14 is something that's over here on a prong. A14. That's really what it is you know, when you zoom out too much, you get the attention to detail on some of these zany things can't be represented because otherwise you can't get through stuff. And I just don't want to, you know, miss out on things. But I'm the exception. Most people don't want to see that kind of stuff. You know? Somebody was mentioning the other day, I think it was Jeffrey, as he pretty much comments on all my videos, even if he doesn't catch them live. And one of the things that he mentioned about bolt action, which I was not aware of, is rifle range is 24 inches. Well, you know, there's a set of rules for skirmish that this one guy that I know absolutely loves, and I believe they're called Battleground. I used to have them and I sold them, and there's things about them that are interesting. The hit locations on the vehicles for one of them is pretty cool. The way they handle it. It's very visual of what's going on. But it's condensed, and he uses 28 millimeter figures. The grenade range is like 6 inches away. So you got to figure that's this tall. You got to figure that's, you know, that's this tall. And you can throw a grenade only this far. So it's like condensed 4 times. I'm like, no. Well, then you got to play with, you know, 10 millimeter buildings then. Otherwise, you know, any little building is going to be like a lot larger than it should be in real life. So I'd rather play an actual scale and forget everything else. You know, what you see is what you get. The only exception of what you see is what you get is you might have a vehicle that's looks like it's got a commander in it. It's not necessarily crew exposed. You know, there'll be a counter there next to it. That's pretty much it. Everything else is what you see is what you get. And, you know, I want to have a mixture of vehicles, crew exposed or whatever, because, you know, honestly, we're building models here. So part of it is just to represent the having the figures on there kind of gives you a sense of scale. A12. Okay, well, where does this piece, A15, go? Because I haven't seen this joker crop up yet. Is there an X through it? No, there's A15. There's 11. Okay, here they have you. I'm a retard. A15 and these two handles make piece 2. Dumas. Oh well, I'm having too much fun talking about this. All right, let's go ahead and make A2. It's not really A2, it's just piece 2. That's why I just keep moving on. Don't let something, I can't find it. Okay, keep building everything else. You'll either find it or solve it. Plenty of good clubs around here, but all midweek. I know what that's like. Nobody that plays in a hot box on Monday nights, is it? You know, if I gotta play in 90-degree weather, I'm not gaming again. I'm just not gonna do it. I'm outside way too much for my work, and I detest it, and I'm not doing that shit for free. So, just like if this was hot, if it wasn't whatever it is in here, 72 plus the fan, I wouldn't build models. I'm not here to suffer. That's the problem here. I game with some older gamers, but they mostly play Wednesday afternoons. It's not really possible for me. They also only want to play with 28 millimeter. Yeah, I'd play 28 millimeter if somebody else is supplying the stuff, but it doesn't exactly motivate me to do anything because I'm not painting a single 28 millimeter figure. The closest I could come to doing 28 millimeter is if somehow everybody was into Saga and everybody was playing it at 28 millimeter, maybe. But I have no history with that scale. Let's do Nordic's thing. I don't really like doing this, but there's really no other way. It works pretty well. I'm just always afraid this stuff's going to stick to it. All right. So A15 is this piece here. And we're going to have one on one side and one on the other. I charge. Well, you have to bring your lawyer in on it. You got one of those on retainer, right? You have a retentive lawyer? Oh, don't tell me that hole's not big enough. Have fun with it. All right. Time to grind out the hole. It's not going to take much. If it doesn't fit in there, then you're up that creek. Got a whole law firm. Yeah, I think that knowing what I like in a game, managing that board, and you're not being able to do everything you want in Saga is an appealing part of it for me. I mean, yes, it's frustrating, but look, it affects your other player too. It's not like you're a martyr and the other guy isn't. You know? There we go. That's all it took. We need a little bit more QC in these areas. This glue is working a hell of a lot better. It's not as... Well, you know, the real thing is I'm going to build the other Zvezda Panther, and I'll use this glue, and see if that's the case. Because the other one just was incompatible with the tracks. Okay, now we will put it in here. And I wouldn't have liked Saga originally, because originally all they had was like Dark Ages England stuff, and I'm sorry, that just bores the shit out of me. Maybe if that was my lineage or something, I would have some kind of appeal to it, but they've added a shitload of stuff. But they pulled a Games Workshop and redid their whole rules, didn't they? And that's when people here in Florida stopped playing it. It used to be pretty common in conventions, and now it's not available anymore. But people don't play it. The only stuff that they play in conventions that are tournament stuff. Again, it's tournament. You know, the only reason to play tournaments is you don't have to paint both sides. But I had a friend of mine wanted to do Saga in 15s. That'd work too. The only stuff they do in tournaments is Bolt Action, Flames of War. I think that's it. That's historical. I know there's other games you can play, but nobody's out there doing whatever the Warlord stuff is with the ships. Nobody's doing that. Mr. Marcus, welcome. Shout up, the friggin' Hoover's out. What area would I want to play Saga? Well, the first thing I would have done Reconquista. Because there's just nothing better. You know, it's called the Crusades for my people. No, the cool thing about the Reconquista is, and really the Crusades as well, but even more so is, I think both sides are really interesting. I mean, obviously I have my favorites, but the Muslims in Spain are really cool. They have cool garments and stuff like that, you know. I was tempted to do Dux Britannium after reading the Warlord Chronicles from Bernard Cornwell. Yeah, you really gotta play stuff that you can modify. You know, if you play a game and it's like, I love this game, but they do chariots wrong, play it in a setting and you make your own rules for chariots. And they play how you want them to play. Now here's an interesting thing. I only see one of these seats, but I have an extra one rolling around. So I wonder, when I did my unboxings, it's probably what happened. I threw it in the wrong box. Because I did both unboxing videos, and I bet I threw it into the 85mm box, and it's not supposed to. So mystery solved. But that's the first two armies I did for my DVA stuff, is the Reconquista stuff. But, you know, it's not like all I did was Spanish things. It's like, you know, I want to do stuff all over the world. There's lots of things I'm not interested in, but there's lots of things that I am. So. But if it's anything like Lion Rampant, whatever you're doing could certainly use a lot more flavor. But Lion Rampant, for instance, is easy enough to like add things to it. It's generic enough that it's like, okay, well, if we need to make these kind of units, you know, for a scenario, not necessarily for a tournament. Because no matter what you have, there's always going to be, whatever rules you got, that it's point based, there's always going to be something that's a better point value better value than other things. And, you know, if you're a mini maxer, you're going to be, that's the stuff that you're going to build. You mini maxer, you. Well, Historicon came and went, and I wasn't sad that I didn't go. Does that make me a bad person? It's kind of a relief, honestly. I think for me, if I get back into miniatures, it needs to be something I can spend the rest of my days working on, not get bored with, and not having to dominate my hobby time. You're not going to get into miniatures until somebody in your area that you like playing with is also doing miniatures. And you have somebody you can play with. I don't see any point in you doing miniatures by yourself. No offense, but I wouldn't either. I mean, I'm kind of doing miniatures, but I'm just kind of putzing around, just doing shit. You know? I mean, I'm doing this stuff because I enjoy it. I like the scale, and if I'm going to game in this scale with this stuff. So right now, I'm just kind of building models like you are, you know, with no purpose in sight necessarily, no agenda. Got 2 figures that go in with here. Did we consume every piece in here? I think we did, didn't we? Yep, that's a good sign. All right, let's take these cornhole figures out. It's actually a nicer gun than the 85 millimeter. 85 millimeter feels like it's missing stuff. This thing's really, really nice. It's got some nice detail. It's funny, this thing has 2 seats where somebody can sit there. You know, one guy's rolling like this, moving elevation, the other guy's moving side to side. This one's got only 1 seat. The smaller gun is higher maintenance. What? I don't know. Oh, no, we need to put this one away. Pay attention. Let's cut these clowns out and glue them, and we can move on to the next thing, which will also be Soviet. It's funny, I don't usually use the word Soviet. I usually call them Russian German. I don't use, fascist or communist, or I generally refer to them as Russians and Germans. Historically, that's what I always did. I slip up and occasionally say the other things, but and I'm not keeping this base. I'm not keeping this little flag. I'm not going to use it for anything. It's just going to be in the way. All right. I need a beverage. I will be right back. I agree. I can get the artist itch scratch with model building and gaming itch scratch with hex and counter board games. I can get my game itch scratch for playing an occasional video game. Bolt action. I don't know if I could play with a 24-inch rifle range. I think that if you were really into command decision, if I was really into command decision, and I like the scale of the game, don't get me wrong, I could probably, and I was willing to supply stuff for both sides, I could probably make the modifications to change the things I don't like about it. To make it better. Make infantry more interesting. Put more figures on an infantry stand, just 4 instead of 2. But I've been there, done that. Yeah, so I can get my fix. Oh, that's a problem. Fudgesicle, I hadn't considered that. These guys come with the seats glued on their asses. So if I put the seats that don't have anybody in them, then I can't use these guys. Well, I'm not too terribly worried about that. I can always pull these off later. Let's just go ahead and glue these guys and move on. And sweat the small stuff. So anyways, I can get my jollies, my modeling, my creative jollies, doing this stuff on my own. You know, I don't need to rush on a work day to go play in a hot box. I'd rather do this and not game with people than the other way around. Because this is therapeutic. The gaming with other people, although it's fun, even if you're playing with a group of folks you don't necessarily have a problem with, it's just the conditions of doing that right now are not fun and frustrating. So, like this next show, it's coming up in September. I'm looking at the game grid. I'm not interested in playing anything. I'm still gonna go. I'm probably just gonna hang out, have whiskey, walk around, have whiskey, film shit, talk to people. Look for things to buy that I don't need that are being the wrong scale, so I won't buy them anyways. Work life has just become too much of a pain in the ass that I just don't want anything pain in the ass to be translated into my game life. If that makes any sense? I just, you know, and work life is going to probably become even more and more of a pain in the ass as every year goes by. So I'm less likely to do that sort of thing. So Okay, what's the meaning of this? I only have 2 arms? Jeez. Let's see. Yeah, we're throwing one guy out with his arms. Sorry about that. Well, like there can't be any Soviet amputees. I believe both model figures are the same. They are. Just the arms that are different. All right, I'll make sure that these 2 arms go together. And we will do that by putting them way the hell over here. Now we can throw this away. That's the problem with just taking your contacts out, is my focus area is so small. I hate having gastric issues pop up at the end of my day. Now I had to take meds and have to wait for them to kick in. Well, at least you're entertained. Well, that sucks that that's not curable, what you have. But we all have something. We all have something. At least, I don't know if this makes you feel any better. At least, I have a feeling you have something that if you like go to a store or whatever, people aren't constantly questioning like, what you got there? Because, unless you have like a blowout or something like that in the middle of the store, which I don't think happens to you. But at least it's something you can kind of hide until people get to know you, that doesn't make it better, but it makes it different. If you have a condition that may not be serious, and I'm not even talking about what I have, because what I have is extremely mild for what I have. But if you have a condition that's like hard to hide from the public, and you get how can I put this? You get immediately categorized by something that everybody gets to see, and you can't hide it from anybody before they get to meet you. It's kind of a pain in the ass. And as you get older, it's less of an issue. But when you're a young adult, or especially if you're a kid, it's just a pain in the ass, because kids suck, and are ruthless. And I mean, kids when you're also a kid. But if you have something that you can at least, is hidden, and not everybody has to use that as kind of like your footprint. I don't know. I know what I'm trying to say. I'm just not being very good at saying it. But yeah, no, it's cool. So you can hide it, and it's like everybody has something. You've got gastric issues. Somebody else, I know people that have been really, 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 really overweight, but then they're healthy. But then other people that are skinny and have blood issues, they have a very limited diet or whatever, or that one lady that I ran into at a cruise ship one time, and she looked totally normal, but she said she was allergic to garlic, like deathly allergic to garlic. You're fucked. I mean, you're literally fucked. You're gonna be eating like you're gonna be eating salad with no salad. Iceberg lettuce, and that's it. I mean, because garlic's in everything. So, it's just annoying having to explain your shit to everybody that you come across, It's like if you see somebody who's obviously been in a fire, you don't walk up to and go, hey, what's wrong with your fucking skin? Come on, man. I mean, that guy doesn't need to relive that shit. He didn't ask for it, The bigger problem is dealing with your coworkers who think that you're lying if you have to run to the bathroom often. Just hang out next to them and just unload. They'll believe you. Yeah. Everybody has something. And hopefully what you have isn't terminal. Everybody has something. And we don't get to choose what it is. You know, and you don't realize that when you're growing up because you don't get to see other people's hidden stuff. But you'll go to people like the test going to the dentist, you know. I wonder what part you found was funny. Have a blowout next to him. I can ship my pants right here? Yep, yes you can. You know, when you're growing up and you have something that's physically visible, you know, you get questioned about it all the time. Other people have stuff and they're able to hide it, you know. Allergic to milk. There's a lot of people that have lactose intolerance or whatever. I could eat the shit out of milk, although it's got to be really thick to be able to eat it. But you know what I'm saying. Fortunately, what I have is a disability now, and with how things are, if I had to deal with this BS in the workplace over it, I would wind up walking away with a lot of money. Well, speaking of bathroom and work, I think I've had to use the bathroom. I've been at my work almost 30 years. I think I've had to do number two at work, maybe, and I'm stretching this 4 times. My body just doesn't need to go. And the only time I've had to go, it's like, okay, you're either going now, dude, or you're gonna wear it. You know, so definitely not a good. My body just doesn't unclench enough at work for that to really happen. Now, the place that I do get really relaxed about that is a bookstore. Right? We joked, it's like, man, don't go to a bookstore when you got to go. All of a sudden, you got to go poop. You know, I don't. You end up like rushing home. You know, but it's just funny how relaxing books are to me. Speaking of toilets, I've had a couple of incidents that have happened in the last. No, I'm not going to go where you think I'm going to go. At work, where people that have come from other countries have come to visit us, and there's been a memo circulating that people need to flush the toilet or do things in a proper Western fashion. I'm like, and you know, the excuse is, well, they don't have toilets that flush. If I'm coming from a country, okay, where I don't have toilets that flush, what am I going to do in America? I'm going to shove everything down. And that I found out that you can flush things down the toilet. I'm going to flush all things down the toilet you're not supposed to, right? Not like I'm not going to flush anything. Wait, you're now in the promised land where you can flush things down the toilet. You know, I'd be like boxes, small dogs, you know, not the opposite of like, you know, not using the toilet, not flushing the toilet properly, or wipe and then put it in the garbage can. And I've had to write a memo in another language. Make sure that if you wipe your butt, you do not put the used toilet paper in the garbage can. The cleaning people do not like that. True story. I'm telling you, I'm coming to the promised land. I'm flushing everything down the toilet. A vehicle, wrenches, like I'd go to the other extreme. Not like, well, I can't do anything now. You can't eat fresh eggs. 4 to 5 hours of bad stomach cramps, even if one gets put on my plate accidentally and is scraped off. Really? I've never heard of that. What is it that's in it that is bad about the fresh, huh? You can't eat anything within the first 3 or 4 hours of starting my day, or I'll wind up doubled over with gastric cramps real bad. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks, man. Well, you learn not to do it. I had a weekend ago or 2 weekends ago, I had the first time in 30 years I went out and had some drinks with coworkers after work. I'm not opposed to it. It just doesn't. I don't associate the two things together. And there's this beer place that's right next door to where we work. And I got there like 4:45, and I closed the place down at 10. I had 3 beers, and I had, trying to think what it was, like a blood orange wheat something or another. I knew I probably shouldn't have had wheat because I probably have a really, really mild wheat allergy. I bet a lot of us do, and we just don't know it. Nothing major, but what it manifests itself is I get a headache from it, afterwards. And I chased it with a lot of water. So I was there like 4:45 to 10 o'clock at night. Had 3 beers, had a ton of water I chased it with. That was a Friday night. And on Saturday, for about 6 hours of the first part of Saturday, I had this headache that just wouldn't go away. It wasn't a big headache. It was just like just like sitting there. And I'll have like whiskey late at night, like 3 of them. Went and watched some movie a couple weeks ago. Late at night, had whiskey, chased it with nothing, felt fine in the morning. The other day, the day I picked up the girls in town, they wanted to have pizza. And I'm like, all right, I'll have a beer. And they're like, what do you have on tap? This, that, or the other. And I'm like, I don't really like any of those. I said, all right, I'll have the High Ally, which is kind of like an India Pale Ale. It's a little too hoppy for my taste, but it was actually okay. And I felt fine after that. So I think I just need to avoid things that are wheat-like in beer, and I'll be fine, not get a headache. Otherwise, I get a freaking headache. But then I forget because that's what I like to drink. But, I probably have a mild wheat allergy. I think they did the blood work, and that's what they told me. But they're like, hey, go do your blood work. All right, you do it. And they're like, all right, come in so we can go over it. I'm like, I'm not paying you another $60 freaking dollars. Okay, I can pull the thing up, and I can see that, the panel, this, that, and the other. I don't like the whole freaking racket of the copay racket. Like, whatever you're going to tell me is not $60 worth. It's the $60 and I got to take time out of my day to make an appointment. And it's got to be first thing in the morning because I work at a construction type place, so I don't smell so fresh later on in the afternoon. I don't smell bad, but I smell like I've been outside sweating, I don't want to go in public and, I don't want to be known for that shit, so I need to avoid things that are wheat beers. And it doesn't matter whether I have 6. Obviously, I wouldn't have 6. Or whether I have 1. I mean, I literally could have 1 and I'd have a headache that would just, wouldn't even have a buzz and have a headache. So I will test that theory today because the girls need to go to the Apple store, which I will not set foot in because I don't have any Apple products. And I'm going to go to the bar across the street waiting on them. And I will make sure I will have a beverage that is not a wheat something or another and test my theory. But I'll have like full on alcohol. No problem. No after effects. I'm talking about, I'm not over drinking, just having a casual drink. You know, over drinking, there's no reason to do that. The worst I've ever felt that I remember was at Historicon just before the pandemic. I got invited on Friday night to the Irish bar next door to have a drink. This guy I know from Wales bought me around. I had a Yingling on tap. I like Yingling. It's middle of the road taste. I like it. It's pretty decent. It's particularly good on tap. It was about midnight when I had it. Didn't even have a buzz. Went back to the hotel room. Mitch and I weren't staying on site at the time. Went back to the hotel room. Went to bed. Woke up the next morning, 6:30, with a migraine of unusual size. One of those that you feel like you just need to throw up to feel better, but then that wouldn't really solve anything. So I'm like, I'm trying to dissect what's going on with me. And I ended up going downstairs, trying to put some breakfast in me. Came back up, threw it all up, even bigger headache. Took headache medicine, threw that up too. So I'm like, well, we got to go to the shows. We got to put on, DBA stuff or whatever. It's Saturday morning, what have you. This is, I guess, 2019. We go into the parking garage, getting our things out. And I'm like, I got to run like between the cars. And I threw up twice. Almost like I was a drunk or was on some drugs or some shit like that. I just had a toxic dose of something. I had to get it out of my system. And slowly throughout that day, I felt better. And I don't know what it is, but I shouldn't be having a beer very late. I don't know what it is. I didn't even, like I said, I didn't even have a buzz. I ate fine. I felt absolutely horrible. I don't know that I've ever felt worse than that. It was almost like, if you feel bad, you're like, okay, all I got to do is this, and I'll make me feel. I didn't know what I was going to do. I didn't know what I was going to do. It just kept getting worse and worse and worse. So right there in between two cars, yacked twice, and I hate throwing up. Things are supposed to go only one way there, and my wife always makes fun of me because she says, you sound like you're dying. Well, I feel like I'm fucking dying, okay? It's not pleasant to throw up. And I still to this day don't know what happened. I don't know what happened, but I'm going to make sure I don't have a late night beer just to make sure. And like I said, I didn't even have a buzz. I had one, Some choice going to a DBA show or throwing up. Vallejo Pigments is what you should check. Not bringing up anything on my eBay here in the U.S. Ammo by MIG Pigment. The Hobby Lobby here in town always carries the Tamiya ones. It's not something I'm really in the market for, so. We actually had an okay showing that year for DBA in 2019. We actually had a decent 2019 showing, and then pandemic and everybody's hiding under their beds. And then, I don't know. I think COVID changed the psyche of everything more than 9/11 did. I think it was extremely destructive, and I don't think we'll ever recover from it. I don't think we'll ever recover from COVID. the COVID mentality. Extremely destructive. And I'm not going to war game under those conditions. I don't need a war game bad enough to. I don't want to interact with people when you can't see them. I'm fine just not interacting with people. Especially when you work in an industry that's like balls to the walls. Like, everybody's like hiding at home getting paid, and we're working our butts off, and you leave work and like, what the hell is this all about? The Tamiya ones are actually pretty piss poor. You had some, you just don't like them. Must not be the same people that make the cutters. The cutters are good. Thanks for suggesting those for me. You just want to use me as a guinea pig. Hey, why don't you get these? And if they're any good, I'll get some myself. Well, you should get some whenever you get around to them. They're excellent. You misled me. They're actually better than you led them to believe they were going to be. Let's see if this. I don't really care necessarily what position that they're in. Okay. This will work for now, where they're at. You misled me. They're much better than you led me to believe that they are. Okay, man, well, have a good night. Hopefully you can stay asleep. Okay, well, this 37mm gun's done. On that note, so we're going to pull out the next Soviet thing we're going to work on. Downplay suggestions? Absolutely, that is the better tack to take. Let's build the last JS2. You built one, let's build the other one. We know this thing isn't going to be a nightmare. I said I'm going to go spray a bunch of things black. I might as well spray them all. Do all this Soviet stuff. I do like painting the Soviet vehicles. Specifically because people think, oh, they're boring. Well, they are if you let them be. Man, for the longest time, I thought Pegasus was Russian. Because they make a fair amount of Russian stuff. It's significant enough that you question that, were they Russian or not, but I was a fan of their stuff until I built that King Tiger, which is just an abortion. And I only built one of them. I'm not looking forward to building the other one, but I think when I'm done with them, whenever I get around to doing that, although I still feel dirty building a late war German thing. I don't know. It just really, really bugs me. Really bugs me to build something late war German like that. I don't know. can't put my finger on it why either. Maybe I feel like I'm a Wearaboo fanboy. I don't know. I think this thing only had like 22 rounds or something like that, which could take longer to fire than like 100 rounds in a German tank. This is not a fast firing vehicle, but man, you get hit by a 122 millimeter shell, you're gonna be hurting. Remind me, you like the Pegasus T26? Yes, and the BT7. Yes, and this one's good. It's the King Tiger one. Somebody should have had corporal punishment administered to them that created that. The glue won't even stick. The piece, it won't stick to itself. The plastic doesn't work. It doesn't fit right. It's devoid of detail where it should be. It's a nightmare. I think it's probably the first one that they came out with. That's my guess. Now, they're not my favorite kits because the plastic is brittle as shit, but they work. And the T26s, they come out good, and the BT7 comes out good, but I had no idea the King Tiger was going to be that way. And the only reason I got the King Tiger is because I could use, it was a model that Noble Knight had. I could use my credit on them. Yeah, feel free to get the T26s. They're good. I got 2 of those. I've got 2 of these. I need to finish this guy up. This is definitely not a beginner's model, but it ends up being fine. I finally had to use a staple there on the track there to keep it together because it was fraying, but I think it'll be fine with all the photo etch stuff that I do want, and I just don't want to be bogged down by doing this. But we've got 2 of these to do, and then we have 2 flamethrower versions of this to do also. So we'll have plenty of T26s. But these are actually the attractive one. I think I like this type of turret. And let's not forget this T26 that I also have to do, which is the piece of rubble with a T26 turret on it. And some Soviet dude buried under some rubble. Yeah, but I recommend the T26s. They're good. And the BT7s. You just got to be careful with some of the parts that are really brittle. And they're semi-transparent. But they have good detail. It's not like they have bad detail. As a matter of fact, these almost have like a cast iron appearance to things. So they're okay. And I believe these go together effortlessly. Yeah. It's freaking good fit. You look at this plastic and like, oh, this is a pizza chip. This is no good. Look at this piece here. It's almost transparent all the way through. But you just got to be careful with it. But they actually have pretty good detail. This is missing the center post there. Must have broken off. Okay, I guess we better look at the instructions so we don't find ourselves up the wrong place. All right, we've got, if the tracks are like this on the inside, I guess we need to, let's clean the tracks up first. Had I not built that King Tiger, this company's kits would have been higher on my list than they are. Right now, I'd say probably the best one of all of them, in my opinion, for what I'm doing with them, is probably S model. S model's probably the best one. They give you decals. Sometimes they give you a lot of decals. They go together like nobody's business. Sometimes they give you a brass turn barrel in the case of the Panzer IIs. They're really affordable. Unfortunately, they come from overseas. I've pretty much had to give up on the China boycott because everything's Everything comes from China. Everything. Now, I don't care that they come from China. I care that they come from a totalitarian state. You have this idea that Chinese things stink. They can make really good things if they put their mind to it. The S models are great. These are Chinese as well, and they have their problems, but the fit on them is okay. But the trumpeter stuff is Chinese. The trumpeter stuff goes together really, really well. My only gripe with trumpeter is they don't give you options for open hatches. I'm like, why not? They give you separate link track, but you don't have open hatches. That seems silly. But so it's not the fact that they're Chinese and they can't make things, accurately. That I think it's some of the best stuff out there. I'd say S model's probably number one, and they're easy to build. Plastic Soldier Company's up there as well. Some of their barrels and things are oversized, which I don't have a problem with. It makes them a little bit more robust. They just don't make. There's a lot of stuff they don't make. Well, there's a lot of stuff S model doesn't make also. Oh, in S model you get two of the kits in the same thing, so that's a plus. Usually you get two in the same one. Plastic Soldier Company, Revell of Germany. That Panzer IV is just gorgeous with the track and everything. The trumpeter ones I built two trumpeters. They're almost, other than if the hatch is opened or give you the option for open hatches, those things are as good as 1/35th scale kits. There's a little bit of a fit and finish problem on the front of the Yag Tiger with the way that they assembled them, but the trumpeter ones are top notch, man. They give you like all kinds of different pieces, and actually that SU-152 has a lot of decal options, like 7 vehicles for one. So that's a really good kit. Yeah, it doesn't matter that the Chinese are made well. So really want to try some of the S model kits. Everyone seems to be aligned on quality. Most of the Pegasus experiences with figures, which I rank very high. Yeah, stuff that's really bad. I'm trying to think who is really bad that's a modern kit, because I don't think it's fair to say an SG kit isn't very good, because like this kit, okay? This is not a very good kit, but it goes together well. But it's got all kinds of inaccuracies. I don't care because it's a War Games model and I was able to use my credit on it. But, there's lots of things you can complain about this thing being, but going together to get well is not one of them. It actually goes together really well. You got shitty looking track. You got return rollers that never existed. Same thing with the wheels on the bottom. They're only a single instead of being a double. It's got issues like that, but it's got seats that a dwarf would be able to fit in. But does it look the part? Yeah, and the track will end up being fine by the time we glue it down. But so I don't really have a problem with this thing. But this is nearly as old as I am. So you have to take that into consideration. It's the only model I've built recently that has a 2-piece barrel. Every other barrel is 1 piece, which is a blessing because you don't have to worry about putting the two halves together and them not fitting, exactly right. It's actually hollow all the way through. You can see all the way to the, I don't know if I can get that on the video, you can see it all the way to the breech. That's kind of unusual. But I don't think it's fair to judge this in the same category as this. Some of the Eschi stuff has really good detail, but just they don't fit together well. So Eschi's kind of a mixed bag. They're kind of a mixed bag. Pegasus apparently is a mixed bag as well, because that King Tiger is not the same company that put this together, or the T-26s or the BT-7s. Yeah. S model, the S model Panzer IIs I have, everything's great on them except some of the decals are supposed to be with yellow numbers. The numbers ended up being orange. Okay. No harm, no foul. Brass turned 20mm barrels. Gorgeous. But they make a Crusader, and the Crusader decal options suck. And I think you can't make the top hatch open. So, there's give and take with everything. You just got to decide what's important to you. And you know, S Model makes a Matilda 2. I'm dying to do a couple of Matilda 2s for the desert. Their Matilda 2 is only for Russia. I'm not building any Russian Matilda 2s. You know, the Russians have plenty of their own tanks. I don't need to see the Matildas out there. And I'm not a Matilda expert to tell you what it needs to do it. Probably the smoke candles and stuff on the turret and things like that need to be added. But you know, I'll just avoid building one of those for the time being. So this one is here, okay, and that one gets one of piece 4. Oh, the 4s go on the ends. Let's just take these off while we have it here. I won't use the clippers for that. The 4s go here and here, supposedly. And then the 5s go in the middle. There's 4 of them. Yeah. These have locators, but might be more time efficient if I don't hunt the stuff down. What else am I missing? Model-wise that I've built. Eshies are a mixed bag. These things aren't bad. I mean, no turret option. It's ridiculous to not have an option for an openable turret, but yet it has photo etch parts, which are completely unnecessary. But the turret open is more necessary. You know. Figures are interesting though. The vehicle, the Soviets had a little bit more brittle plastic. Germans have been soft plastic, like 2 different companies. Yeah, maybe they were piecing together, I don't know, different people doing stuff for them. I'm afraid of painting the soft plastic. And the soft plastic is just, it's a pain to do flash cleanup on. I still haven't messed with this. The mold making stuff. What's this stuff called? Hino de Washi Oyumaru. Watched a couple videos on it. I like the fact that it's reusable. I think the first thing I'm going to try it on is probably do some of the, from the T-34s, they have these extra, like, the Eshi T-34s, they have like these extra packs that you can, you know, like bundles of stuff online, probably reproduce a couple of those and, you know, put them on like the KV, the JSs or something. But I don't want to take things out and then have to put everything away. Everything's nice and put away because never know when we're going to have a showing, so I don't really want to get into that. I'm enjoying this so far. Not having to do all that kind of extreme stuff. All packages of Soviet kits have been excellent, hard plastic, easy to build, almost zero flash, minimal mold lines. Figures, that is. These guys don't really have any flash either. Yeah, they don't have any flash. They got decent detail. They're a little transparent, which makes you question stuff. I'm going to need to use a little boy's room here in a moment. I choose to. It's not like I can't hold it. Just who wants to be uncomfortable? All right, I'll be right back. Hopefully I remember to turn this mic back on. There, I remembered. I was literally repeating it in my head the whole time. Turn the mic on, turn the mic on, turn the mic on, turn the mic on. I'm going to do a morning walk. Okay. Yeah, if you're going to walk, make sure you walk in the morning because, well, it's not that hot where you're at. How many folks got on here? 3? Yeah, I had not paid attention to that much. The other night there was like 10 of you guys on. I was like, I don't know how many of them were the government spying on me, but. Okay, this says this is going this way. Is that possible? Yeah, I guess so. See, this is like that, yeah. All right, let's drop a spot of glue. And this glue may not work worth a damn on this plastic. We'll just have to see. But I've used it before with this plastic. Well, that just seems wrong. Let me go look at my built one. It should be around here somewhere. I just don't want to tear anything up inside out. Well, here's an interesting thing. I could have gotten them mixed up. It's possible. This is the one that's on the back. How is it different? Well, this is wacky. Well, this one's the same as this one, so I'm going to put it next to it. Because that hole's exactly in the same spot as on those two. So that's obviously the same part. Same with this one. This one's also the same. These are all the same. Of course, so is this one, and so is this next one. This is the one that's different. All right, we're going to put this one in. That's also the same. And then we're gonna skip the back two until we do the other side and see what exactly the difference is. They're all the same, it's just a matter I can move the hole if I need to. So let's be real anal with the other side, okay? I thought I was being pretty careful. I guess it wasn't good enough. 7s are on the ends. Okay, so let me grab the two 7s and we'll install the ones on the ends first. It's these two right here. And they should just be mirror images of the other side. Okay. Okay. So these are both the same piece, and both of these go on the two ends. So what makes them so special that they need to go back there? Well, this one has the hole like this. So if it does go back there, it doesn't make any sense that it would be like that. Oh, I see. That? Oh, well, where's this one if it faces the other way? You know, I can cut this little tab and put it wherever the hell I want. That's not the issue. The issue is if I use this tab here, it's having this go up like up here at an angle. Okay, is it the same thing here? No, it's over like that. Okay, that seems to look reasonable. Let's go ahead and do that. Cat Roger, welcome back. It's like watching a 1/72nd arms race. Enjoying it all. Well, somebody over on this continent's got to do this scale, right? Marcus does this scale, so do I. I guess I'm old school without even knowing it. Actually, I say that all the time. I don't mind being old school. I'm just not old. I don't feel 52. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it, man. I love the scale. I love everything, and of course, everything's made in Britain. Everything's fucking made in Britain that I want. You know? These aren't, but, you know, figures and such. So I think that one goes there. And this one's going to go here. That's funny. It was the same two pieces, but they're different over here. Well, I'm glad I did that because I was able to solve this side. Well, I'm glad you enjoy it. Some people I know are sad that I'm not doing the kind of videos that I used to do for 2 or 3 years, but that phase is over. And it's not, my phase of doing game videos isn't over. I'm not playing any games right now to do videos. My phase of playing that particular game is over. Long overdue. So. It says to put this before I put the other piece on, so I guess that's okay. Does this have a spot where it meets the body? It does. Okay, well, then it should fit. Okay, it does. All right, well, it's exactly where it needs to be then. I don't remember there being any fit issues on these particular models. Like I said, I can just cut that tab and move it however I want it to. But the last one went together really with no problem whatsoever, so. This is probably one of the most surprising model kits is the Pegasus ones, at least the 3 Soviet ones that I did enjoy building. They looked like they were total garbage and ended up getting put together really, really well. So, my preferred scale aircraft and tanks, I grew up making all those Airfix kits. Absolutely. I grew up making the MPC ones, which are the same kits, just rebranded. And I want to do aircraft. And, you know, I kind of just want to build the old kits. You know, just to prove that they're not the best things out there, but they're not the worst. I don't know. I do like building things other people don't build. Like, it's not worth your time. Oh, those figures are no good. Okay. Watch what I do with them. Magic. Now, I won't do stuff like the old Airfix STKFZ 234-4 that is just blatantly wrong, a make-believe unicorn of a vehicle. Still got a huge stash. Awesome. There's no reason to get rid of stuff that's like, they make it better. Dude, you already have it. Enjoy it. You already have it. You can't just be like, oh, there's something new. Throw away all the old stuff. You're never going to be happy. You know? Build the old one. Enjoy it. Then get yourself a new one. Nobody wants your old kit anyways. You might as well enjoy it. Oh, interesting. There's no pegs molded on the bottom here. Wonder how that's going to play into things. We'll just find what angle these things are on with this one and then just reproduce it over here. I know people constantly are chasing, oh, I got to have the latest and the greatest. You're never going to be happy, okay? No one has everything. No one. You need to be happy with what you have. And then, you know, if you're going to buy a new kit, yeah, buy something else. Like, all this stuff that I got was all what I would call old kits. I bought a bunch of old SE kits and stuff like that. Why did I buy them? They were available and I could use my credit on them. That's why I got them. Okay, if there's a part that goes on the inside, you need to go ahead and do that one. Yes. The sprockets. The 2 8s here. I bet the S model JS2 is better. I might get them at some point. I think they make it the Chelyabinsk one, so the turret's a little different. Slightly, ever so slightly different. The problem with model aircraft is that you have the whole second guessing yourself about whether or not you well, that's interesting. Oh, it has you attach it here first. Oh, I see, say the blind man. Of whether or not to put the landing gear down. So the best way to avoid that is only build aircraft that have fixed landing gear or float planes. Problem solved. All right, now we will shimmy this on. I'm actually going to go ahead and install it, and then we'll, if memory serves me right, these actually go together really well. It's this side on the end that needs to go in more. It's this, whatever's going on here. It doesn't look like it's bumping into anything. Yeah, it's tighter here, not as tight in the back. All right, is the other side the same issue? Yeah, and I don't know what the problem is. It's flush up against it. All right, we're going to glue it and make the best of it. There were about 20 or so of those Mark I Airfix Tigers. Only converted one of them with turret box and exhaust guard. Used plastic card for the box and metal from a tomato puree tube to make the exhaust guard. A lot of work, so I shelved the rest. The Tigers look crap without the box. They do. But they did use them a couple of times. One thing that's unique about the Tiger 1, which I didn't know until recently, was that some of the early ones in gray actually had a turret box. I like all my Germans with turret boxes, period, which is why I don't do France. They just look weird. I can get away with a Panzer II with no turret box, but that's it. All the 3s and 4s look silly without them. Some of the early Tiger 1s had a turret box that looks like it came off of a Mark IV. And so that's kind of unique. That's something you might be able to do. But it's got to be, an early Tiger. I don't know what Tiger comes in the Airfix ones. I have a Tiger that's absolutely gorgeous. That's probably one of the last vehicles I'll do. It is a Cromwell Models Tiger. And unfortunately, it's 1/76 scale. But it is freaking gorgeous. It's got built-in Zimmerit. It is really, really beautiful. And I've had it a long time. And I'm glad I never didn't fix it before, because I don't think I had the skills or to be able to do it justice. But it is a beautiful model. This thing came off. I don't mind mixing 72nd and 76th. I'd prefer not to. I'd prefer 72nd because it goes more in scale with the white metal figures that tend to be oversized a little bit anyways. So my Tiger ends up being 1/76, the late one with the steel road wheels. Yeah, sometimes things can just be too much work. Like, okay, well, I could either struggle with this one kit or just get to it later. this is looking like it's not fitting flush. So what if I take this piece off? And now we go there. Well, that fits a lot better. That piece doesn't need to be there. Bye-bye now. There we go. Now it's not like, it's like the tracks were like this. Perfect. And you can't even see the inside of the sprocket, so why would you even be worried about that? Okay. Tow hook time. All 4 of them. No flash on these things. Okay, and the big tow hook part goes towards the bottom. Whether watching Greatest Tank Battle series or Patton 360 inspires the tank builds when needed. There you go, you can participate. Okay. Off the other side, turret parts. I'm just going to set this on top of here for good measure. Fits together well. It's really a small tank for a heavy tank. All right, I'm going to need to make some other coffee. I'm like fading here. All right, I'll be right back. turn the mic on before we do anything else. So don't forget that later on. Oh, you left. All right, well, thanks for coming by. Yeah, I had to make some more coffee or I was going to fall asleep. Which I guess there's worse things to happen. You can't get a lot done when you're falling asleep, though. All right, this beautiful turret then with the grab handles. Oh, interesting. It does have an open hatch, but it doesn't go very deep. We'll make this one open because the last one's closed. Ooh, actually, now that I think about it, I better go check. I may need to skip that. I don't know where the other JS2 is hanging out. Actually, it's in a box. I don't want to undo everything that I've done, so we'll just leave the hatch. It hasn't made a choice yet as to which way it's going to go. What is that? $15 is this piece right here. And the 122, the business end of the tank. Yeah. Make sure we don't put a finger on that handle, end up breaking it. There's almost even some digits that are back here. There are some digits like in the casting here of the turret. I don't know what they're made out to be, but we've got something. It's actually a nice cast turret. Got the weld marks here. Okay, and then inside this, how can I not remember if the hatch is open or closed on the JS2? I don't want to make it open and the other one's also open. I want one of each. I don't need to have the gun rotate up and down. If the fetish that many manufacturers have with that is ridiculous. Of course, let's put some in the pegs. I should be able to install this either way. I prefer to put anything that has these little marks on it towards the bottom. You're less likely to see it. There's a little bit of flash on the end here. Oh, this does install a certain way. Dadgummit. Well, I gotta make sure that the well, this is definitely the top. Ain't no doubt about it. This is definitely the top. This should go like this. And then we'll go ahead and put some glue there. Some softener, I should say. It's not really glue. Calling this glue is not really fair. Let's just make sure before I have a catastrophic mistake. Yeah. What is this book? Huh. I didn't know I had this thing. Wow. I guess this would probably come in handy now. Verlinden on target, German Tiger tanks. I mean, I don't do 1/35th scale, but maybe there'll be something useful here for the King Tigers. Yeah. Verlinden, back in the day, that was the go-to That was the go-to, the holy grail of 1/35th scale stuff. Maybe it's not the same anymore. I don't know. It's funny because I've never had a model of any Tiger tank until now. I never had a Tiger 1 or a King Tiger or an Elephant or a Yag Tiger, or I never have. I didn't know this. I probably picked this thing up 30 years ago. Probably special ordered it 30 years ago. Before the internet. Okay, well. We got to do something to doctor up those King Tigers. I'm probably going to order a trumpeter model and then cast those extra tracks, the track links on the side. As the King Tiger had these extra track links on the side that served as having extra track links and also extra armor for any kind of penetrations that could happen. Unexpected penetrations. And the Pegasus model doesn't have them on it. And that's pretty significant because it's pretty noticeable. Okay, let's see how this is fitting at the... I don't mind this raised up a little bit, but only a little bit. Oh, crap. I just snapped the step. That's really, really brittle. All right, so what we'll do is we'll get some stickum. And we'll set this on the ground. I actually don't mind with one of the steps being broken. It could, one of the handles being broken. It could very easily happen in real life. Go ahead and repair that. Even when you're being gentle, I wasn't gentle enough. There we go. It didn't break off, it just snapped there. So we'll repair that, and we're gonna put this turret up at angle like so. Did I put the other one like that? Is the other one inside? It's got to fit inside of it. There's no way it'd fit otherwise. I don't remember. Okay. That thing sit over there dormantly. Amazing when you forget what you have. That's how I ended up with 2 copies of Warhammer Battles Chariot Wars books and almost 2 copies of Armies of the Ancient Near East. Yeah. When I sold my stuff to Noble Knight, I didn't realize I had 2 copies of the Panther book by Squadron Signal. 2 copies of the Gross Deutschland book. One of them was mine, and one of them was a hand-me-down. And a couple of things like that I would have traded to him. It's kind of cool when you forget you have things because it's like, oh, nice. It's just, you don't put enough importance on it. And, you know, we all have more things that we need. And, you know, first world problems. I'm notorious for books. There's many times I've gotten a book, reference material, whatever. Get it, don't do anything with it. But I got it, just in case I need it. Okay, I'll put the fuel tanks on here. I remember when people were playing those Warhammer Ancient Battles things, and then it just petered out. Probably one of those that Games Workshop didn't support anymore, and nobody wanted to continue playing it long enough to tell them to go F themselves. That one goes there. It's amazing. This is the same. More bending over on the weekend. I should start, if I'm bending over this much on the weekend, I should start an OnlyFans. I'm kidding. I don't even know what that is. Or do I? Pay sites you gotta pay for? Nah. Yep, it's almost Christmas when the wife starts cleaning up. My wife doesn't come in here. I got my stuff pretty well organized, even more so now. And I really like how it feels to be organized. We hate the chaos. And a lot of the stuff from this house isn't going to the next house if we move. Just not. We've got furniture that we've had that's hand me down. There's nothing wrong with it, but we've had it for over 20 years. It's like, okay, it's time to buy our own furniture. You know, I don't think it looks that bad as far as a mishmash, because I think everybody has a mishmash of things, but we got a hutch that was originally my dad's that he bought in the early 1960s, made out of like real wood. It's like colonial America. It's not our look. We don't do colonial America stuff, but it's perfectly functional. We've used it for 20 years. It's time to move on. You know. Our kitchen table is same of that vintage. It's basically indestructible. It's made out of a material that they don't make anymore. I mean, yeah, you can come in and you freaking cut on it. I mean, yeah, but it's real. It's real. It's real durable. But a lot of the stuff just we're not going to bring it over there. So that's the only good thing about moving is, well, in my work area will be better. Even though I don't really have any gripes. I mean, somebody commented on one of my pictures that I posted at my work area. Man, your table's really small. It is, but it isn't. It doesn't need to be any bigger. I probably will buy another one of these and set it next to it. Not sure if we can do one around an angle or whatever, but hook up another camera. I'll have to figure out how to do that. And, because that's actually, I don't really need a room to game in. I need, here it'd be nice to have a model assembly area and a painting area, but I definitely want to keep something different to keep the paints in. This isn't bad, but, we can kick it up a notch. Couple, 2, 3 of these, But this table's excellent. I hope they still make it at IKEA. It was like $100 or something like that. And it is just, it's no frills. It is just a table that is white and it is jacked up as high as it'll go. And yeah, so we'll see. It's not, I really like, the only complaint I have about this room is there's a lot of wall space that's not really usable. The closet's terrible. You put things in there and then there's certain areas you can't use in a closet. If you use them, you can't get anything. You have to pull everything out of the closet to get to it. The couch is great, but you can't really do anything with that wall. I would love to extend this to there, but then the bookcase has nowhere else to go. It's got to go there. There's nowhere else it can go. So just a little limiting in that respect. And I only have one bookcase of stuff, so it's not like I got some books in the bottom of the other one, but. Have to get another one of these 2-watt lights. Yeah. The painting, as long as you have an area where you can leave your things to continue where you left off, you're fine. I know a guy that used to have, every time he wanted to paint, he had to put everything away. I'm like, I wouldn't paint. That's just a pain in the ass. That's just a pain in the ass. Okay, we have a headlight that goes here. Let's knock that thing out. I like painting headlights. It gives a little piece of it. What am I kidding? I can just go ahead and pull all this stuff off. Now, last time one of these I built, I did not build it with this. So I was worried about these pieces snapping. So this cuts this cuts without bending the piece. So, yeah. This thing's pretty amazing. I've also downloaded a couple pictures that I've seen of extreme because they're extremely nice hobby areas. And, you know, nothing that I would say is unaffordable, but just, you know, to have them set up, and we'll probably kick it up a notch. Not a problem investing in places that you spend a lot of time in. This goes on the turret. Let's just pull all these pieces out. Oh, here's Mr. Headlight. But just having an area that you have to pack up every time you stop painting or working on stuff, that's just unacceptable. That's just like, man, I don't want to start wires. I'll leave everything messed up, or, you know, get to a stopping point. Or what is the saw? The shovel. Whatever the hell this thing is. Horn. Toot toot. This is really thin. Okay. And this thing. The storage box. Wow. Could get in there between it. I'm surprised. Okay. And I don't know what I'm going to do the hatches because I don't remember. Well, I did the last one. I don't want to dig through the closet, so I'm going to go ahead and snap this extra sprue where we don't need. And we'll hold on that and throw this away. Nothing in here we need. What I really like is the photo etch sprue. This leftover stuff from photo etch, you know, like this piece right here, amazing. Just amazing. It's resistant enough that it's not going to bend on you. It doesn't crack. Just got to use epoxy with it, but me and epoxy are one. I'm good with the epoxy gods. Ever since I figured out, oh, I can just apply this with a needle. Perfect. It's IKEA Mica with shelf add-on with a Kallax unit next to you. That's what you have? I love IKEA stuff. You know, the good thing about IKEA is if you find something there that works for you, it's probably the best price thing you're readily going to find, at least here in the States. And their stuff's not any worse quality than anything else. Most of their things are not made in People's Republic of China. You know, my case I have here in the back for my figures, that's IKEA. And it's particle board, but it's made in Italy. And that's filling up fast, isn't it? First world problems. I'm not looking forward to moving all my figures because I got to move them in metal trays, and I don't have enough metal trays, and I don't want to buy more. But we just won't be able to move them at one time. Hey, I got to worry about that if I got to move. Uh-oh, I got to set the phone down because now I loosened this up. All right, let's put the phone down. You have a good view of nothing while we tighten this up. what are we doing here? Tightening this up, and then this. Okay, now we can put the phone back. Yeah, I like IKEA stuff. You know, it's simplistic, and it's, in my opinion, better quality than you find in most places. You know, out in the real world. Oh, this thing got loosened up. Come on. Tighten up there. Now you loosen. Oh. Son of a biscuit eater. There we go. Whew. That was exhausting. That was a workout. Drink. Some things just, I don't want to spend a lot of money on. Like a table. What's a table do? It sits there, right? So why does it cost $300? It shouldn't. I want to get one of those tables that raised. I saw the price on. I'm like, nope. I'm worth it, but I'm not going to pay it. I'm not paying that kind of money for something that just sits there. I don't need it. I mean, it'd be nice. It'd be nice if this was maybe an inch taller. Maybe an inch taller. You know, because the taller this is, the more less hunched over I sit down. But okay, that one's done from that stage. Let's trim up the light. I got the chair as low as it'll go. I just wish this chair wouldn't creak. After a while, they just start creaking, no matter if you oil them or not. When you, not too bad today. When you shift over. Okay, that one's done. You have a Billy bookcase with a half glass, half wood door. I love that. May buy another in a year or so. My case for my original case for my figures is no longer made anymore. It's called a Burtby, and it's the one that's in the living room. And it's almost like something that's made for like a recess. It's maybe 12 inches deep, and it's great because it has a bunch of subdivided stuff on there. They don't make it anymore. And I was really disappointed until I got this one in the corner. I don't remember what the hell this one's called, but it's great. I like that dark, almost black wood looking. It works well with the white and the light floor, and I've been really happy with it. But they weigh a metric ton. They're so freaking heavy. But probably weighs more with all the stuff I have in it. Probably weighs. Of course it weighs more. I'm saying what I meant is it probably weighs more the stuff that's in it than the actual thing itself. But we're going to be coming around to the end of September here pretty soon, and we'll be able to do a count on. I'll do a recap of the year, my first year, and going full 20 mil, and see what kind of. I gotta take a look at this. I've got my doubts that the front of that turret is that way. I just kept glancing at it and it looks wrong. It makes sense that overhang would be to cover the gap that way. Let me just find a picture of a JS2. Shouldn't be difficult to find. Ooh. I found a KV1 with a 76 on it. Damn it. I may do that as the command KV. Didn't realize there was any valuable pictures in here. No, it fits inside. It fits inside that flap. I'm talking about this, the mantlet that fits inside that flap like that. I keep looking at it and it looks wrong. Okay. And I've looked for a lot of pictures of the KVs, but I've not painted them yet, so. The KV2s is what there's like a lack of pictures with markings on them. I've never seen a KV2 with any numbers on them. They always have some curse, and there's only like 3 different curses they have, and that's it. Other than that, they're plain with a red star. I'll probably make one plain with a red star. I'll make another one with the, one of them I have right now has the Zarolina on it. I'll do the other one with the other one and then a red star, and if I need to do another one, I don't have to make something up or something. I'm coming up to a year back in the hobby in September. So you're a month ahead of me. Yeah. I'm glad I left it. I've picked up so many skills and patience and stuff that I didn't have before. So but again, I'm just building models, but they're with the intention of playing with them. I mean, we're putting them on stands and things like that. So they are playing pieces. I got to be careful cutting this off. I don't take the handle off too. I'm telling you, I don't mind getting old. I don't want to get the jitters. I got too many things that I need to accomplish to feel good about myself to get the jitters. The jitters would just ruin me. This one's done too. We move her over there. Now this one, I don't want to press on this one and bend it by pressing on it. So let's see if we can. Let's see. Let's put this here so it's not in the way. So that worked well. Okay, and this one's just little trimming. We shouldn't have to put a lot of pressure on this to cut through that. See, the problem isn't where you're doing the cutting or the trimming, it's the other place where you're holding it in place that hopefully you're doing it light enough not to damage it. Only started painting again in October. Took a while to buy paints. Funds were low leading up to Christmas. Yeah, starting off with paints would be a nightmare. I got so much. I have so much, but I just sold hobby stuff a while ago to get the paint. That's the only reason I have this amount of paint. And some of this paint I'll always have. I mean, it's just colors I don't use very often. It doesn't really go bad, or it's, you know, it's salvageable even if it starts going sideways. Okay, there's that one. Le Horn, Le Horn. Neat, neat. Brushes. I got like 2 packs of brushes I haven't even opened yet. I got more brushes I don't know what to deal with. It's a beautifully cast machine gun. Memory serves me right, we didn't glue the other one down either. We just kind of put it up there. I really need to get up off my ass and paint another background. For a couple reasons. It's so effing easy. And it's really satisfying to paint something out of nowhere. You know, building models and painting miniatures, that's like child's play. Painting something out of nothing on a canvas, that's uh, that's really motivating. And I just use craft paint for that. The secret is the brushes. Use the brushes that we have here. You don't have to have some super brushes, but any kind of brushes you have for hobby stuff, if you've done it for a while, is a hell of a lot better than you're going to get in some kind of paint by number thing or any brush I had as a kid. So, all right. All right, now all these pieces. At least they have locator marks. Good Lord. Like I said, I need to get that cutout table with a body condom on. The catch-all. Oh, this is actually the back side of it. Interesting. All right. Well, we can do this. We can take this little piece off, and then we can flip this. You can flip this like so. Okay, the shovel. Shovel goes there. This little piece goes right here, which could just as easily been molded onto the freaking vehicle. Okay, the horn goes at this top one, the headlight at the bottom one. Okay, horn. This piece is back here. Oh, I see. That doesn't look familiar. I don't remember doing that. Flip this one upside down. Okay. Heck, that's everything, right? Oh, we have the little machine gun to go on the back of the turret. Because this turret isn't cramped enough already. Okay. And this guy's done other than the hatch. Do we have to take a look at what we did with the other one? I'm pretty sure I made it closed, but I don't want to take that risk. All right, let me check on one thing, and I will be right back. So we gotta see what this is gonna do with the hatch. I don't wanna make a decision. I don't wanna dig up the other JS2. So we've got the two hatches we've set off to the side. This guy's complete. We'll put the instructions there. Actually, I'm gonna start another box and we'll put the JS2 there. And that is complete. Move the heavy tanks over here. Yeah, these, not a huge fan of Pegasuses, but they do have decent boxes that they come in. Actually, that's not fair. These that are here are all good. It's just those King Tigers that suck ass. These are perfectly fine, including the JS2s and the KVs and such. These KVs where the hatch is open turn out. I'm really looking forward to it. They do a really nice job of the track being under like a realistic tension. So, and these things paint up really, really well. KV2 turret, another KV2 turret. The Hummel. The Vespa. This is what we got to be careful with, is the anti-aircraft guns. You don't want something laying on top of them that's heavy. All right. Did I find where the leftover hatches for the KV was? Yeah, here's one. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and glue that in place because it opens up to the side. And then after it's glued, we'll put a little piece of flashing like we did here to make up that little hatch lever, hatch, not sure what to call it, hatch latch. That's going to take a little while making sure this is glued in place. And then we'll move on to the next thing. I probably shouldn't be doing this if I'm going to move, because like, what are you going to do with all these kits that aren't complete? Well, I'll just have to transport them carefully in something, but I'm certainly not going to get too involved in something that I'm not able to finish in the next couple of months. All right, so this thing is going to sit up like so. I'm going to go back to use the Tamiya glue. That's what I used on the other one. I had no problem with the hatch falling down. So I'm just going to put a little bit there and a little bit there. And I'm going to leave it open like so. All right, that's done with all these extra pieces of sprue, that dribblings of sprue. Let's get all these off the table here. We don't need these two sprocket wheels that did not allow the suspension to fit correctly. There's always something you got to fix. Or the instructions, or something always that's off, or instructions or something that's wrong, or do not follow blindly. No matter what it is, use your brain. Don't follow blindly. All right, what else do we got? I don't want to get involved in that because because that's not, I'm not going to be able to finish that. Did we completely do the, we got left in here. Oh, we never built this stuff? I thought I'd already done these two. Well, we're doing Soviet stuff today, so let's stick with Soviet stuff. You know what? I don't have a place to put these. Let's not do these annotations. I got no place safe to put them. They're kind of a problem. Let's see what we got left in the photo etch department to finish on this T26. I don't think there's a whole lot. Or I could be wrong. We already got this stuff out here. Let's get a couple things. First thing we're going to get is file's already here. That's good. Epoxy's there. I stood up for a reason. I don't remember what it was now. My mechanical pencil. You knock out things that I've already done. Let's do a couple. Rotate, mirror image flip. All right. There we go. This is off the screen, so we need this on the screen. Okay, perfect. All right, so looking at the photo etch stuff on here. We've done all this stuff through here. We did this guy. We did this. We did the two fenders. We did this. What we're left with is these items right here. These items right here that involve like supports of that. And I'm fully aware that if this is too difficult, I'm not buying special photo etch bending tools. These kits were very, very cheap. I dread moving, but I may need a downsize in a few years. Yeah, it happens to all of us. I haven't moved in 20 years, so. And we have a lot of stuff, but we don't have anything compared to what I've seen. Some people's houses, you can't even think when you go to them. They got so much stuff everywhere. Let's see what's involved in one of these. Okay, so let's go to this photo etch fret. Okay, and this is 41E. Okay, so it's this one here. This is 41E. A long piece, so you got to cut it out from this other one. Okay, two of those. That makes sense. There's two. And then 39E, there's two, which are these down here. It looks like they're split in three pieces. Okay, so this is one of the things that's not really clear. This piece here really needs to be cut even here. This is really two long strips. This piece in the middle really shouldn't exist. Okay. Same thing with 39, and 40 is the same way as well. It's just bent in a couple different shapes. This one needs to be made a tube. That's going to be rather challenging. And I don't know that I've seen that on the tank. I'm more worried about these little triangles. One of them goes here, the other one goes here on the support for the brackets for the actual tank. So let's attempt to make one of them and just see if it's within our skill set to be able to do it. I think it'll be. You know, I don't really mind this material. It's pretty resistant when you want it to be resistant. The other stuff we can do is we have these little U-hooks, 33E, which are these guys. They need to be turned into a 90. Let's start off doing that. Let's start bending stuff, the small ones. Okay, this is 2 of the 33Es that are right here. Okay, and 33 is this guy. And we need to take them off of this fret, and we need to cut the sides off of it. So let's get our old cutter. And hopefully we can get in there, because I do not want to use the Tamiya cutter for this. Okay, let's not get up next to it. I'm actually not going to cut it that way next time. Let's get to this by coming over here. Oh, I see. The front side of this doesn't want to cut. All right, I'm going to take this shovel piece off because it's just going to bend on me. So we're going to sit this off to the side. Other people have figured out how to do this. I am sure that I can do the same. This isn't my first rodeo in patience. And I'm just going to come in through here. And cut right there. And this fret's off. This little piece of the fret's off. All right, let's cut this portion off. You know, when you're a kid, you want to do this. Okay, I'll cut it and I'll use tools, but I want to cut it the first time right. Nope. No, you gotta work at it in small portions. All right, now we're going to cut this thing in half. We got this little piece like this. We're going to cut this thing in half. Look at where the meeting part is. All right, now we got two. Now we got 2 portions. We're going to take one of them. This closed good. We don't need that for a little while. Plastic glue, and photo etch really aren't necessary to work together. They shouldn't be neighbors. All right, let's just do something for good measure. Let's see if we can stick this on here in a way that that didn't really help. All right, we got that a lot closer. Let's do the same thing with the other side. Let's try going at this a little differently. This didn't really work for me last time, but I'll try it again. Now, so far none of this that I've done is, I would say, even remotely particularly challenging for me. However, this next part's a pain in the ass. Will this move on me? No. Excellent. Okay, now let's take a file, because there's nowhere to grab it. This file's been good to me. Let's file off the... It looks like they're making some kind of smoothie or whatever in the kitchen. I don't know that I'm going to be able to solve this. May have to watch a video. Yeah, you know what? That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to do my homework assignment is watch a video on how people deal with this kind of shit. Let's put this way up here where it can't fall off. Because everything is done on here other than the photo etch stuff. That's what we're going to do. We're going to punt on this. I'm smart enough to know, like, nope, we're not going to, you keep pushing this, we're not going to have the desired effect. Why is this tilted the wrong freaking way? Okay. Now, this thing looks pretty good, and it sizes almost perfectly to the other T26. So, I said I was going to build the other one, which I have another one like that, but we also have the flamethrower one. I'm wondering what's different about the flamethrower one. Let's see what's different about this thing. Same kit, same manufacturer, just a flamethrower. I bet I could make this one non-flamethrower as well. And this is the same instructions. Flamethrowing tank. Okay, what's this one say at the top? Flamethrowing tank. Yeah, it's the same damn instructions. Can you make standard gun tanks out of all of these? No. Because you don't have a barrel. Here's the machine gun. There's the flamethrower part. No, only because of those two pieces. I guess you could if you manufactured another barrel. Okay, so you're basically building the same thing. I'm going to go ahead and build the other T26. That's the standard version. Like this one here. And then we'll do the flamethrower ones. Make sure, look at the turret. This is the other flamethrower one. Yeah, they came two in a box. I think that whoever was selling them was just selling them in bulk. No, it's not the twin turret. You could make the. It's the same. The difference is here. This is the. I got this. Oh, I got this, and it came with two of them inside of here. And this is not a comes two in a kit type thing. It was just the guy had two, but only wanted to mail one box to me, probably for shipping ease. So I got two of these, and I got two of these. And they're both the same manufacturer. 90% of them is all the same. And I have a flamethrower tank with the early turret too. So, yeah. This goes to This goes to Decallandia. All right, what do you guys want me to start on first? And I'll decide if that's the optimal way to do things. But this thing scales perfectly with the T26 from Pegasus. And the tracks are pretty good. Even if I had to put a staple in at one point. Ah, yes, mating the hulls. All right, so we're going to need the back plate, which is here. Okay. We're going to need the two sides. And the bottom. And I'm always leery of these things if they're somehow flexed. I mean, this thing has incredible detail. Look at this. You can almost use this as a guide to like how to do an oil change on this vehicle. It's got all the little hatches there with the bolts and it's just crazy to have this kind of detail and then, oh yeah, by the way, you can only make the turrets closed. Like, what? That's an easy thing to implement. That's an easy thing to implement. All right, let's clean these pieces up. Get as close as we can with these and then do the rest of it with the other stuff. These vehicles aren't very exciting because normally there's not much photographic evidence, if any, with these guys having like insults and stuff written on their tanks. It's pretty much numbers or very minimalist markings, which, you don't have to follow, but I'd like to at least think that the stuff that I choose is grounded in reality. Not just, hey, make whatever you want. Well, hell, let's make it a pink tank while we're at it. Just get close. Don't want to put a divot in it. If I do, it's not the end of the world, but I'd like to not do that. this off too. So yeah, I wouldn't, you know, if I start building aircraft, first thing I'm thinking of is, let's build some old Matchbox aircraft. Let's build the, what's that thing? Ferry, Silver Fox, what's it called? That float plane that the Achilles used at the Battle River Platte. Sea Fox. Ferry Sea Fox, and I don't care if there's better models. I don't, you know, it'd be cool to just do some planes. We're just having fun here. But I do need to put a dent on this stuff that I have. I'm putting a dent on it, you know, but I'm actually enjoying building these things a lot more than I thought I would. So I'd be just like, oh, okay, well, I already know how these are going to turn out because... And I'm going to go back to the Tamiya glue because that's what I built the last one with. I didn't have any issues with it coming apart. So, and I also didn't have any issues with any of these little pieces melting. So... Actually, you know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to glue one side with the one and one with the other. Because I did notice that the microscale one like activated really quickly with that other plastic. Who knows how it's going to be with this plastic. Let's make sure none of this is sticking out farther than it needs to be. Okay, we're good there. We're good there. All right, so fit and finish. This one goes over here. Got a little bit of a divot sticking out. Man, I remember as a kid, I didn't pre-fit anything. Just freaking start gluing it. Alright, let's use the non-Tamiya glue first. Microscale micro weld. It's good so far. I'm gonna keep using this stuff. Nah, I'm not going to do what I said I was going to do. This is an opportunity to test them both and see which one. Oh, this is the spare stuff because it has the shitty brush. Here's the one with a good brush. The only reason I know about this micro weld stuff is we used to carry it at the hobby store. right with the, it's the same people that make the micro sol micro set. They make this hippy dippy glue that smells actually very nice. It smells like orange, like it's made out of orange peel. And it's not a chemical orange peel smell at all. It smells very natural. And of course, not remember which. God. This is the Tamiya side. Yeah. Yeah, they're both good. I think I like the way the Tamiya is a little bit better on this one. Okay, and here's the back plate. Watched a guy doing crazy conversions on 15 millimeters Vesda kits, KV1 changing road wheel hubs to early version KV. Yeah, there's some people that are freaking hub Nazis and road wheel Nazis, and I'm not one of them. That's just, yeah, people can always take things too far. For me, anyways, I think that's just too extreme. Oh, we got to build all the suspension parts. That's what sucks about this thing is just. Well, the wife said I have until 9, so I may actually here because this is going down a road that. Well, I don't remember these pieces at all. This is the construction of the other one, not that it's really that different. Pieces of those? 57, 58, 59. I see them there. The hell did they go? I don't see them. We can tell you to install them. Where is the other screw that I have with the? Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with that. Me neither. Life's too short. Yeah, I'd rather focus on other things. I mean, there's some things that I had to do, like when I converted those Panzer IVs. That was a lot of fun. But you know, I actually had no intention of putting the pistol ports on them, and I did. And it ended up being a piece of cake. You know, but I just happened to have the right sprue, the right piece. I didn't have to like create it out of nowhere, and I think that it was empowering to do it. But you know, if the road wheels are wrong, I'm not replacing road wheels. The road wheels are wrong on this thing. I'm not going to replace this. You know, these aren't two-piece road wheel. They're supposed to be two-piece road wheels, and they're not. They're kind of hokey. I'm not going to replace that. End up buying something for like $15 and spending like $40 on the conversion. Like, you know, this is what I have. I'll do the best that I can with it, and it'll look just fine. You know, if you want to be a nerd burglar and nitpick at it, then you know, be a nerd burglar and nitpick at it. It doesn't bother me any. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. But anyways, thanks for stopping by, folks. We've been on here, 4-hour session. And we got some stuff done this morning.